Okay, I hit the right button this time. So we should be good to go. There we go. Alright, that looks good, that looks good. I think we got everything. I guess we'll find out. Hello! Hello everyone, happy Thursday. Welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. I hope the day has been kind to you. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Let me say hi to you. Hello, Standing. Thursday has been a pretty good day. I would say it's been behaving. I'll get into it in a little bit, but not a bad day. Not a bad day. I hope yours has been good as well. Hello, Lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. I hope you have all had a wonderful midweek. I hope you all are ready for the weekend. I hope it is exciting. I hope you're all looking forward to it. So for me, I guess there's kind of two things. So for me, yesterday, finally sort of got things settled down at work. So I hesitate to call it crunch, and I'll get into why in a little bit. Rushing, I guess is a better way to put it. Like, right? Like just trying to cram a bunch of stuff in, going fast. It's not crunch in as far as like it can. There are much worse examples. Hello, Mage. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good week. Good evening. So yeah, managed to get that settled down, and it was kind of a it was a bad enough weather day that I didn't really want to ride my bike, so I was like, you know what? I haven't gone on a run in a while. I will do that. I ended up doing a little over 8 miles, which is definitely on the like upper bound of runs that I try and do, and I'm feeling it. I came back and my legs were just liquefied. I was not I was not great. I'm very happy that I did it. I was very happy that I was able to do it, but ow. So yeah, I did that and then only got like maybe 5 hours of sleep or so. I don't know if it was because of the agitation from the running or whatever, but you know, residual pain from the run and low energy from the lack of sleep. It's been kind of a, I'm glad it has been a low-key day, because I don't think I would have had the stamina to deal with a high-key day. Maybe people don't ride bikes that far. See, I feel like an 8-mile bike ride would just be boring. I just feel like that's not enough bike ride. I don't know. Maybe I've just got that Uma spirit. I have to go farther, go harder. But not to like rain on anyone's parade. Just for me, it's like, I don't know. A short bike ride is like 20 miles. One of the trails that I like to go on, they're doing construction starting near the end of the month, it says. It's really great because all of the signage that they put up is like, yeah, we're going to be starting construction as early as May. Well, when in May? I don't know, May somewhere. And it's really dumb because they're only closing like a few hundred feet of the trail, but the trail is adjacent to a lake and there's really steep hills on the other side. So there's not really a bypass. So they're cutting, or they're doing construction on a few hundred feet of trail and just completely bisecting the trail. And like the only option is to go around on the other side, and it's not as good. It's not as good of an option. It is not built to support like pedestrian and cycle traffic. We shall not pass, we shall not. Though I was looking around last night to see if anyone had any more information, and someone was saying that they're not going to be closing the road nearby. So I don't know, if I can just hop up onto the road for that little section, then jump back down, it's like, all right, fine, I can live with that. I think it'll be unpleasant though. What they were saying is like, no, the road's also gonna be closed. I don't know. There's a lot of he said, she said bullshit going on right now. But we'll see. I've got a little more time, so I want to at least make use of the trail while it's available. This is a good like 34, 35-mile ride to do that route. And so my intention is to sort of do rides in the 30s this month and then crank it up to the longer ride that's about 41 next month. Sort of start from my summer training arc, I suppose you might call it. So yeah, that's kind of how things have been today. Nothing too crazy, nothing too nuts. The let's see. So the plan tonight is we're gonna play some Star Citizen. You know, the new patch did arrive. I'll get into that in a minute. And then they've got the free fly event and the ship festival, Defensecon. So we're gonna go check it out. We're gonna walk the floor, see the new ships, ooh and ah at them, maybe grab a few to fly around. They did do the wipe, and it was pretty much, it was almost total. So the only thing that we have preserved is any blueprints that we have unlocked. Oh, the server hamsters are working almost as hard as the devs. So the patch was supposed to drop yesterday, right? The idea was we're gonna get the patch out on Wednesday, give everyone time to download it, give us a grace window to roll out a hot fix, and then, you know, Defensecon the following day. And you know, it's like, okay, it's like noon-ish our time. Patch hasn't dropped yet. That's fine. A lot of times they will work until like the last hour to get the build as stable as possible before they ship it out. So this is normal. Then 4 o'clock, nothing. 6 o'clock, nothing. 8 o'clock. And keep in mind that the studio rolling out the patch is based in Austin. So it's 10 o'clock. Patch is not out yet. And the devs, community management folks on the servers are saying we are still aiming for a release today. They got it out at my time at 6 this morning. Which probably means that people were working through the night to get the build out. So can I get some 07s for the devs that just pulled an all-nighter to get this to us? Because that's absurd. Nobody should have to do that. And that's why, as much as I've been stressing out this week and not having a good time, I hesitate to call what I've been dealing with crunch, because that shit is what crunch can look like. And that just shouldn't be a thing, right? The big problem, and something that I wish CIG would stop doing, because they keep doing it, is they will put a big content patch and an event patch in the same thing, right? So 4.8 has a bunch of stuff. It has the tactical strike groups missions, it has a few other missions, it has refueling, it has a bunch of stuff, right? None of it is related to Defensecon. But because 4.8 also has the new ships that have to roll out for Defensecon and the configuration of the expo hall and everything, all of it has to go. All of it has to make it in. So it's just like, you guys need to divorce these. I feel like you need to just be able to have whatever content is in the event patch be able to roll out independently, and then if the other stuff is giving you trouble, just just don't worry about it. Just delay it until a later patch. You know, make Defensecon 4.7.3 and then 4.8 can be in a week or something. I think a good turning work with having no. No, like by the end of a normal workday, you're just kind of like brain off. You're just looking at like, what can I get done in the next 15 minutes? I'm not starting anything. And yeah, like, I don't know, everyone pulled all-nighters in school and it was dumb, right? Like you would be there studying or working on a project at 1 in the morning. It's like, what are you even doing? Are you, as you say, actually getting anything done, or are you just kind of turning the gears, you know, working through whatever rote tasks you can, trying to say that you did as much as you could? And the patch did go live, like I said. It's a bit of a mess, unfortunately, which I don't think anyone is really surprised by, but it's always really unfortunate that, you know, okay, this is like the big public expo. It's not just an event that the bought-in players are here for. The people, there's a free fly. The people that want to check in on the game and see how things are going, or the people that are just hearing about it and want to see what's up, are gonna tune in and be like, oh, I can't do missions because the contract board is broken. Like earlier today, you just couldn't, none of the missions would show up. And they're showing up now, but I tried doing one. I opened the game up just to sort of get everything set up and see how things were looking. And I could accept a mission, but it had me going off to the middle of nowhere space, and then nothing was there. So like the marker, any mission that's at like a transient location, like a shipwreck or something, just the marker can't figure out where to position itself, and so it just sends you to a random location. Anything that's at like a set location, so like going to a space station or something, seems to be okay. So we're not completely up a creek, but it's not good. It's not in a good spot, and I'm sure that they will, you know, work very diligently to get things stabilized, but that means the people that just pulled an all-nighter to get 4.8 out are now going to be right back on the treadmill working on the hot fixes. And it's like, this is absurd. This is not a healthy or stable way to run a project. So I'm glad it's out. I really appreciate all the devs' hard work, but this shouldn't have happened, right? This should have been conducted in a way that was going to be healthier for everyone involved and yield a better project or a better end result. So that's been interesting to watch. I did see, so Twitch is making an interesting sort of change. We'll get into the game in a little bit, but I just wanted to sort of catch up with you guys and talk about some stuff. But so they are making it so that now, regardless of your channel's status, right? Just non-affiliated, affiliated, or partner streamer, everyone gets access to subscriptions, emotes, bits. The stuff that is normally reserved for the affiliated streams is now just generally accessible. But what it appears to be is, if you are not affiliated or partner, so say my channel was not affiliated and you were to subscribe to me, I would not receive a payout at the end of the month like I do now. And end of the month is a bit generous, but you know, when it does reach the payout threshold, Twitch sends me money, which I appreciate. because money lets me buy coffee and other things, but mostly coffee. If you are not affiliated, the money essentially seems to sit on your account as a token. It is an essential. It is a required staple. So, you know, say you send me a subscription or you sub to my non-affiliated channel, the money from that sits on my account as a token. I cannot cash it out, but I could use that money to buy bits or to gift subs to somebody else. So it's a weird thing. And we were talking about it in one of the discords earlier. It seems like ultimately it doesn't seem like a lot of money is moving out of Twitch's ecosystem that way, right? Like essentially someone subscribes, they get their cut of the subscription, and then your cut just sits as house money that they will pay forward when you subscribe to somebody else or buy bits. So eventually it'll kind of go out of the system, but not really. It's weird. It's a weird thing. So ultimately it doesn't change that much. Frankly, if I don't know what the ad system on non-affiliated channels looks like. I have heard if you are not affiliated, it doesn't roll ads, which obviously I would really like, but then the downside to that would be I can't make any money off of the channel, which it's not a lot of money, but it's nice to be able to do that. I saw someone comment on it that the bank money is still subject to regional taxes, so you still pay tax on it? Cool! Wait, so you're accounted for having the money even though you can't do anything with it? Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. Alright. Like the old days when workers lived in the company and all their pay went to buy food. Yeah, scripts! We'll just take the tax out of the pool. Jesus. It's so funny. In Final Fantasy 14, the crafting system, the currency that you use is scripts. So Rowena, the sort of person that runs the whole crafting racket, like has literally set up a company town that just follows you wherever you go as a crafter. No, it is not technically your money. They pay the taxes on money they never actually get. Yeah, I guess. Because it's still counted as legal tender, so it's still taxable. See, I feel like, I don't know, it's weird. Maybe they do it that way so that they don't have to pay taxes on it. I don't know. Unfortunately, I think the TLDR is that nothing is really going to change on the channel, on this channel. Weird legal gray area, right? So like it's still money, it's just not money that you can actually translate into something that you can use outside of Twitch. This is getting... I'm just not going to touch it. I'm just not going to touch this. I'm sorry. I don't like the ads. But I'm sitting at affiliate status. I don't think there's any opportunity of getting partner anytime soon, and I'm just gonna kind of roll with it. I would honestly have considered like dropping affiliate if there was still a way to get paid out through this, but I don't think there is. There definitely is not. And it sounds like it's just more complex than it's even remotely worth. So we're just gonna skip it. We're just gonna say F all that and just stay as we are. Cool. Alright. It would not surprise me if this is another one of those things that Twitch ends up rolling back in like a month. I feel like they put out these ideas and then they don't think them all the way through and run into all these issues and go, oh, okay, never mind. Is there something else? I feel like there is something else. I guess not. Why don't we go ahead and jump into the game? Why don't we see what the verse is up to? Hopefully it'll behave. Look a bit because I technically meet all the criteria to apply for affiliate besides stream time, and it's really weird. Yeah, and they lowered the requirements for affiliate now as well. Man, like, affiliate is not bad. The only thing that I really want is the ability to choose the prefix for my emotes. Because the one, like, it just auto-generates it and it's always a shitty option. But, what you gotta do? Alright, let me get out of the way. We're gonna go ahead and jump into the game and see what happens. So, like I said, I jumped in earlier just to sort of get everything set up. The game was client side running pretty well. I was pretty happy with like the performance, the frame rate, load times. You know, computer demand is still pretty rough. But it seemed to not be like stuttering or jittering that much, which is, you know, I always appreciate a smooth frame rate. It doesn't have to. A smooth frame rate is more important than a high frame rate, in my opinion. If a game is running consistently at 30 FPS, I would prefer that to 60 FPS that's constantly jumping up and down, right? Yeah, let's put on one more song just while we load in, shall we? I did watch the first episode of Stardust Rhapsody, the Evantris series that their Neon Odyssey module is based off of. It's fun. It's a fun little series. Like, you can tell the things that they were inspired by. You know, the Cowboy Bebop levels are off the charts, but it's a good group. In the first season of Rhapsody is only 16 episodes. So I feel like that's something that I can watch, right? You know, I love Critical Role, but the fact that a single campaign is like 60 4-hour episodes is like, okay, so I'm committing to a lot here. Okay, speaking of questionable frame rates, alright, stabilizing now. So yeah, I was messing around a little bit. I was sort of gearing up to do some missions, but we're gonna put the stuff away and we're gonna go check out the event. They did update the UI in 4.7 and it is much better. It still has some issues, but it is much improved over where we were. You know, there's actual like clearly denoted locations where you equip stuff. Double clicking works much better. You're not like dragging onto your body, you're just putting stuff in the inventory slots, and it is better. And actually the Twitch drop should be enabled, so you guys will have the opportunity to get the fuck. Don't put that on. I didn't say put that on. There we go. This flight suit. No. Where's the helmet? There it is. It's being weird. So yeah, they introduced flight suits. The idea being that these will be able to, what's the word? Essentially, they'll improve your G-force resistance, so you'll be able to make tighter turns, accelerate and decelerate better than if you're wearing just like regular clothing, and then wearing armor because it's heavy actually gives you the worst experience in that regard. So if you're trying to fly around with heavy armor on, you're gonna have a bad time. I do actually want to put this on because I want to have some inventory slots. I noticed the flight suit also has 0 internal inventory, so like you can't really carry anything with you. It's a pretty cool suit. Like if we were going out on a flight mission, I would definitely be taking it with me. I want to be able to carry some stuff around. Like I want some liquid refreshment. So we're gonna take an actual like suit of light armor.
Welcome to the
unfortunately, like I said, everything got wiped. So the only things that I have are the ship that I bought with real money and any equipment that I've earned through promotional events, etc. Right, so pretty light on gear right now, and I'm definitely gonna be a bit of a murder hobo for a while. Well, actually, that's nice. Let me try something really quickly. I'm curious what this is gonna look like. I'm wondering if it'll let me keep the helmet on. So I can equip this, maybe? No, I think I need to take everything off. And then I can put this on, but then I need pants. I can't put the armor on without an undersuit. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't actually have like a full set of clothing. I've got a jumpsuit I can wear, but I've got no shoes. Alright, let's just do the undersuit. It's fine. Give it a little time, I'll find what I need to have a proper set of gear again. Okay. And I got this and this. So this is like emergency responder gear. It's a goofy ass helmet. But yeah, unfortunately the flight suit behaves like an armor suit, so I can't have a combination of stuff, which kind of makes sense. No, that's too heavy. Take that off. Stuff is getting kind of linked up, and I don't know why it's doing that. The game is being weird. This is normal. You get used to it. Okay, there you go. We'll just put that back in there, and we will go as planned. That is not my ship. That is somebody else that just sort of happened to instance into the same spot. There is an instance of someone else's hangar sitting right on top of mine, so that's cool. I'm just glad it didn't blow anything up. I feel like it definitely could have. Let's get out of the hangar before things get weird. All powered engines. So yeah, I've just got my little starter ship. She ain't much, but she's got it where it counts. I have noticed, like, they haven't brought in the new flight model, but I have noticed a couple of small changes in terms of general performance. Like, while I'm in atmosphere, there's more drift, it feels like. And earlier, I was coming in from high atmo, and it felt like there was an actual, like, drop point. Not like a loading time, but like a period where it was sort of shifting from atmosphere, or like space to atmospheric flight. It was interesting.
Shields off.
Alright, where do we go? That way. Alright, coordinates locked. And we're on. Yeah, unfortunately, there's still a fair amount of jitter. Like going into quantum travel like that. It should be about 4 minutes or so to get there. Yeah, client-side performance seems to be doing pretty well. Pretty well. Haven't really had any issues with that. It's a lot of, like, I guess you could say the server-side stuff. The missions are bugged. Some of the communication stuff seems to be a little bit wonky. But, I don't know, kind of a mixed bag. I guess Elite does have a fair amount of suit cosmetics now, because they worked on that for a while with Odyssey, having various like types of suits that you could wear. Operations got delayed, right? Like, that's a June thing now, if I recall correctly. They wanted to have it out, and then it like wasn't working. I think operations is an interesting idea. I think it definitely sets up a new like tier of content that they can do for Elite, which would be really good. I want to see them do more with planets. Like, there are definitely there are definitely other things between Elite and Star System that do set them apart, but I feel like right now, even though there is the ability to land on a good number of planets in the game, a lot of times there just isn't really a reason to. And I want to see more with that. I guess the real challenge there is, what would you ask for, right? Like, what would be the thing? that you would say, oh yeah, this is a good, like this is a good setup of content that you can do in Elite.
Auto fuel is at 75%.
Okay, we're fine. I don't know, it's hard to say. No, let me get chat off. You guys are the only chat I need. I don't need general chat. It's just a silly place full of, we'll call them silly people. So yeah, essentially I guess you could say my plan, you know, because I have very little money to my name now. I have very little in the way of equipment, so especially with some of the starter missions not really functioning the way that they're supposed to, right? Not being able to go to the markers and pick stuff up and complete the missions that are sort of supposed to get some money in your wallet and get you going. You know, I'm gonna sort of figure out what I can follow through on and sort of use that to start, I guess you could say, collecting or murder hoboing my way up to a more complete set of gear. Or, you know, something that I can sort of operate better with. One thing that is a little bit strange is the tactical strike groups, you know, the big raid event that I was showing you guys, that they're, you know, it's sort of like the centerpiece for this patch, requires a pretty high reputation level with the intersect security forces. But they reset everyone's reputation with the patch, with the wipe. So the patch dropped, and, you know, on top of the mission system being broken, no one had the reputation to immediately go play the tactical strike groups and see how it was performing. So it's a little weird. It's just like, yeah, we put this in the game, but you can't play it yet. Like, it's not a matter of how much money you have, and if you have a strip that you can actually get it, like, you just don't have the reputation to be given the mission. It's like, okay, sure. Right there, that little pentagon marker is Area 18. That's where we're heading. Don't black out.
Auto drive is now on.
Need to turn. I turned a bunch of stuff to a lower fidelity or a lower graphic quality because I don't know, game's performing much better as a result. So I'm inclined to leave it low, but the clouds still look pretty chunky. So I might crank those back up to be a little more performant. I do want to see if we can find... Where's Art Court Tower? It probably won't let us get too close to it, but there's supposed to be a holographic display of the Odin. I want to see if I can see it. Do something close to a flyby. I think down there's the convention center that we'll be going to. There it is. Behind me. There it is. Goodness, that is a big ass ship. Like it's all the way over there and you can still see it clearly. It's not gonna let us get too close. It's gonna flash a warning about flight jurisdictions, but still kind of see it. That's gonna be fun. We'll go take an up close look at it. I just wanted to see how noticeable it was. Okay. Well, we are waiting in the queue now. It's very popular here right now. An ironclad, that is an ironclad. And that's a Spirit. Oh, another ship. There it is. That's a man module. It's another Aurora. That's an ironclad. So the Ironclad and the Caterpillar are both piloted using, where'd he go? A command module. One of the things that they're very proud of is they finally got the command module to be a separate entity that is able to disconnect from its parent ship and then act as an independent, essentially shuttlecraft. And then it can reconnect to the larger ship and assume control over it. I think it's still kind of jank. I think there's still a lot to sort of iron out in terms of specific behavior, but it's cool that they are progressing with it. A little at a time. Who's that? Oh, there's... Or no, that's a Hull A. That's a cargo ship. Eventually, whenever they get that flight model working, what this guy is doing is not going to be possible. You're not going to be able to just float upside down forever, right? You're going to have actual thrusters or VTOL capabilities that will be holding you in a hover position. And, you know, the larger your ship is and the more it is built to hover, the longer you'll be able to do that. But if you roll onto your side, you're just going to crash into the ground. There's no repulsors like there are in Star Wars that just lets a Star Destroyer hover in atmosphere for as long as it pleases. Haven't figured that tech out yet. And physics is kind of a bitch. It'd be nice if it told me. Yeah, I know I'm still in the queue, but you're not telling me how long the queue is. You know, if this were on Microtech, theoretically I could just land my ship somewhere and walk in, but, you know, it's kind of city everywhere. There's no open ground to just land. and come back for it later. Yeah, it's a nice looking city. I think we're all just waiting. You know, I wanted to do the fly-in with you guys just because I thought it would be cool looking, but it didn't occur to me that this was gonna take a while. That's too bright.
Leaving safe zone.
You know, Elite? I guess Elite has wait timers on some of the locations, like medium stations and mega ships that don't have that many paths. You'll get caught up in a queue sometimes. But, like, the larger stations don't really run into that issue. And I feel like, you know, if this is supposed to be the station capable of handling a lot of the in and outbound traffic for the planet, to be a little more accommodating. We only need a small hangar, so I don't know where it's getting so held up. Let me in, you know you wanna. Let me just check in chat if anyone. Could be a server side thing. Okay. Someone's saying they had to log off and come back. So we're gonna try this. Gonna try bed logging. Actually, better plan, better plan. Bed logging is always kind of finicky. You never know if it's gonna work or not. Get up. Please let me out of the bed. Please let me out of my bed. Oh no, the server might be having a moment. Okay, let's do this. We're just gonna do a hard exit, and where we land, we land. With any luck, it'll actually put me in Area 18. It might put us in the station in orbit. We'll find out. Yeah, the hamsters are on fire. They're having a bad time tonight. And I feel for them. Unfortunately, as I was saying, I think on Tuesday's stream, one of the unfortunate situations with these events, you know, that looks really bad for anybody coming in to check it out, you know, for the first time, is the populations are insanely high right now, right? Everyone, you know, new players, returning players, consistent players, all want to get on and check out the new content, check out the event, etc. So the servers are beyond capacity. So the actual performance of the game, new patch notwithstanding, is much worse than it would be otherwise. Here on Earth, airliners sometimes get held back from taking off because the airport they want to go to has slowdowns or bad weather. So they get held before they even get in the air, just because they know the queue at the other side is going to be so bad. Which admittedly makes sense, because airliners have only so much fuel and you don't want them to be burning it just running a holding pattern in the air over their destination. And airplanes can't hover like we can. So it does make sense. It does check out. It sucks. But Alright, come on, kid. Mishandling of turtle yields shocking results. A new dangerous trend sweeping across the internet has experts warning that while some turtles can conduct electricity, it is cruel to use them as emergency fuses. Remember that, chat. Don't use turtles as fuses. There are much better options. You shouldn't do that. Alright, so the good news is we got courtesy teleported to the ground at a gradual process, not a all-at-once process. So we landed. The downside is I don't know where my ship is now. Maybe it will be nice and just auto park it. We might need to reclaim it later. But it's just an Aurora. It won't be any trouble if we do run into that. You'll notice the the performance is taking a hit. We're gonna chat for now. We're gonna want to head out this way. Go this way. At least I'm speedy.
IO North Tower, Area 18's Premier Centre for Business Development. Please consult any of our
Oh, game, come on.
or rental opportunities.
Wait, what? Oh! Well, you know what? Since we're here, you guys want to go check out the Odin? Hopefully we don't fall through the ground.
IO North Tower, Area 18's Premier Centre for Business Development.
Someone was saying
Please consult
on
any
the
of our
PTU,
help or rental opportunities.
they went to go check out the battle cruiser, and they like went onto the observation deck and just fell through it. I imagine it is. I imagine it is useful to them to see how the game is able to perform under heavy load, especially since most of the population is going to be running through, you know, the same locations. So yeah, you probably get a reasonably good sense of, oh, this is what it is going to try and do. Okay. There's a little dip there. There might have been a little gap in the collision. That's a big missile pod. Yeah, manned missile turret. Some torpedoes here. What is this? Calamity 12 IR torpedoes. So you got IR, cross-section, and electromagnetic. EXT-12. Yes, this is the Odin. It could be bigger. It could be bigger. It's true. It's true. So, CIG has said repeatedly the Odin is going to be the last JPEG that they sell. It is the last ship that is going to be sold in concept. Every other ship they release is going to be released straight to flyable. But this is going to be the largest ship that can be purchased with real world money. You can see, so current estimates put it at somewhere around 700 to 800 meters in length. Not 100% clear what those sort of angled guns on the side are. But you can see it has two very large turret placements on top there. And then a huge one on the bottom. Yeah, the bottom one should be the Gungnir. And then it has a number of smaller turrets. It's got one on either side of the control tower. And then 4 along the base. And it looks like possibly, oh yeah, there's a couple more in the back there, and then maybe like a torpedo bay. You know, I'm seeing some of more of that like angled unit right there. I don't know if that's a, it kind of looks like a railgun. It could be a railgun. And then there's some more torpedo tubes out the nose there. So I find this very interesting because it's obviously a very large ship with very large guns. But aside from, I would say, just these on the tower, it doesn't have a lot in the way of anti-fighter, anti-gunship capabilities, right? So like torpedo bombers could come in and kind of get through its defensive line relatively effectively. So while it's definitely a capital buster, I don't think you would really want to fly this thing on its own, right? Like, this would be the backbone of a battle group, but it's not going to be operating independently. I like that. I feel like they're, you know, at the point that they're conceptualizing this and implementing it into the game. I'm glazing a little bit, but I do get the impression that they're like very clearly thinking about how this would operate as part of a group and not just let's make a cool ship that can do everything. Like they have a clear image in their heads of what the strategy is going to be and how it's all going to sort of play together. A lot of the earlier concept ships, you know, a lot of the ships that they've been, you know, slowly releasing as JPEGs and working into the game over time, I think they didn't necessarily have that like finalized version, you know, or more crystallized version of the game to work off of. So a lot of them are just kind of like cool ideas, and then they sort of have to like almost go back and go, okay, but what do we actually do with this? There we go.
Area 18's Premier Centre for Business Development. Please consult any of our associates for help or rental.
Alright. I feel like they're increasing the NPC population as well. Feels like there's just more people around. But that could be coincidental. Alright, let's go check out the main hall. Hey, please! You know what I was saying about consistent frame rates? So I think we're gonna want to go to the other game. Uh-oh. Oh, she's really struggling. Yeah, let me see if I can close anything down. I don't think no, I mean, my system is not capped out on performance or anything really. It's just, I haven't seen it this bad in a while. Man, I hope we can actually get some increased performance once we get to the Expo Center. Okay, that seems a little bit better. I don't know what that was about. Okay, so this should be... Oh, there it is. This should take us there. Yeah, like there were not NPCs riding the trains before. That's new. Yeah, that's not a player. That's just a dude. That's just a dude going about his day. Really hope we got on the right train. Yeah, there we go. If it were going to the starport, it would have gone the other way.
Now arriving.
I'm not sure if self-driving vehicles would be better or worse if they could hover. I feel like navigating three-dimensional space would be just a nightmare. It's Defensecon! So yeah, Drake's whole sort of idea is a combination of like, we're the bad boys and we make ships for normal people. Right? Like the other manufacturers, especially like Origin, you know, they make high quality ships that are, you know, catering to the upper crust, or oh my god, it's the Kraken, or the, you know, the industry, the military. Drake makes ships for, as the branding keeps saying, the everyday heroes, the normal people that just are trying to make their way in the verse. I mean, that said, they're also making a fucking aircraft carrier, so you know. Think of that what you will. Oh, there it is. It's the fucking aircraft. Alright, see, let's do our due diligence first. We're gonna check out the pit bull. Little snub fighter. I don't know. I love the pit bull. It reminds me of Wing Commander. It's just like we strapped a cockpit to a bunch of guns and a thruster and said, have fun. I don't think this thing has an eject module. Like, some of the fighters, you know, have the little eject handle that, you know, you reach between the legs and pull and it'll, you know, rocket the trap. Drake doesn't really do eject. So you're kind of just on your own. Alright, there's the Clipper again. So we saw the Clipper at the expo back in November. I kind of like the Clipper. It's kind of derpy. It's a silly little box vehicle, but I love it. Of course, the Cutlass is like their most popular model of ship. There's a bunch of different variants. There's one for like police and bounty hunting. There's one for medical rescue. One that serves as a drop ship. Actually, this is the drop ship. This is the Cutlass Steel. If we go inside, you see it has a rear turret for covering the ramp. It's got a usable Gatling turret. It's got two on each door to cover entry and exit, and then it's got a bunch of drop seats for people to go in. And then it's got the little sort of operating, you know, it's got pilot and co-pilot chairs, it's got bunks for them, it's got a turret that goes up top, a couple of weapon racks. No toilet though. Actually, is that true? Yeah, I guess this one doesn't have a toilet. This one does not have a head. So it's not really, I guess, meant to like serve as a long-term operating ship. It's just got somewhere for you to sleep, and then I guess while all the ground troops are, you know, doing their business, you can step outside and do your business. But yeah, the star of the show is the Ironclad. So this just came out. Oh, can we not? Maybe we can get on it from the side. But the ironclad. So there's two versions. I believe this is the assault, which is like the combat variant. The normal one is more oriented around like cargo hauling. You know, it's sort of marketed as like a heavily defended cargo hauler, whereas this one is much more like moving tanks, heavy ordnance, etc. Okay, so yeah, there's a little ladder entrance on the side we can use here. You just can't take the ramp.
How do you get that on
I've been deliberately avoiding like watching anybody walking around the ironclad just because I want to explore it myself. So we have a little ingress. There's a little catwalk, I guess you could say, like a gangway around the side here. So, you know, if you're out in orbit or out in space, you can EVA onto here as well. Which makes it a little convenient. You guys got one of the flight suits on. Yeah, deck one, you got a couple of jump seats there. This is the main bay. So it opens up top. There's a top loading cargo bay in addition to the ramp. Right, so the idea is that you could have a bunch of tanks in here and then just roll them down the ramp, or you can open the top way and use it as a ship carrier or a cargo hauler, whatever sort of makes sense for the situation. The original concept called for this to be a repair bay, right? So like if you had a damaged vehicle, you would roll it into the back and then, you know, the mechanics could get to work. It seems like they kinda backed off of that specific element. I think it's more just sort of expected that you would just park the tank wherever and get to work repairing it. Which I think makes sense, that's fine. What's down here? Okay, we got another external catwalk. So 2 ways onto the ship, 3 ways if you count the ramp. Yeah, looks like maybe some component access back here. Yeah, we got components right here. Storage unit back here, so you could put like weapons or repair items, whatever you need. More component base right there. We got some ladders up to the catwalks. I don't think they should be firing off fireworks indoors. That seems not safe. And if you look up top, you can see there's sort of a command deck up there to watch operations in general. There's also an internal turret. So if anybody tries to board your bay, they're gonna have a bad time. Back here, there you go. Stairs up to deck 2. Fire extinguisher, very important. Always know where your extinguishers are. In the back here, we have an airlock. Does this close? It does. Yeah, we do have a proper airlock and not just a door to space. So other ships can come in and sort of attach. How would you say? You know, they would have the telescoping airlock connector that would attach to this door, and then this would open. Oh! Okay, that's cool. It actually has double doors, exterior and interior door. That's good. Probably a good idea. Then looks like we've got sort of a ready room. So these are suit lockers, weapon racks. So right now, unfortunately, the suit lockers don't work. But you know, what I was saying before, with you have your flight suit that's going to give you better piloting capability, better resistance to G-forces. You have armor that's going to give you better combat capability. Swapping in and out of all this stuff, through the inventory thing is going to be a real pain in the ass. And the idea with the suit locker is you can have your armor set just preloaded, ready to go. And you can just walk up to it and interact, and it will swap your flight suit out with the armor suit that you have in the suit locker. And they'll put the flight suit in the suit locker for easy swappage later. The engine core. Figured this out on one of the recent ships. The Clipper might have been the first one that they put this, and now it's just like a mainstay of all of the Drake ships to have this sort of open, exposed engine block. They really like doing it for Drake ships. It works. It looks cool. I don't disagree. There's just a bunch of greeble screens. This is engineering, and if we go back here, you can sort of see all the various components. What is that? We got some Gatlings on the bottom. That's interesting. That's the airlock, or the connector for the command module. We've got a bunch of various other guns, coolers, redundant coolers. What is that? Hide the rooms from me, please. What is that? I don't know what those are. But yeah, you can sort of see the layout of all the various modules and components throughout the ship. That's where we just were. So here is that catwalk across the cargo bay. Go down here. We need some more jump seats. I think, yeah, turret access. So this will go out to one of the manned turrets on the front. Jump seats here. Armory. So, a bunch of gun racks here. Another fire extinguisher, very important. Two of them even. Plus, we've got a little viewport, so again, if like people are boarding the ship, either from the ramp or from the top, you can sort of see what's going on and prepare, arm up, take action. So there should be one more deck to get us up to the command deck. Excuse me, that 90? Oh wait, where am I going? Oh. Yes, it's this. Oh, no, that's an airlock. Okay. How do I open it? So I guess there's a topside access point as well, which actually makes a lot of sense. There you go, so we got ladders. I guess that's how you get to the third deck. Operations. Here we have the command unit, so there's a turret operation right there, there's turrets here, so there's 4 turrets in the operations deck, which I think includes both access to the tractor beam turrets and the gunnery turrets. You see, though, why I was saying, like, I'm excited for this to get into the game, even though I'm probably never going to, like, own and fly one of these myself. It is still, like, this is a game level, right? Imagine trying to board one of these, or sneak aboard to steal something. Okay. So yeah, we're up on the very top of the ship now. You can see there's some more, like, walkways along the top. Someone called the elevator. No, we're going back up. Let me out. Okay, so that's another way from operations. So there is an elevator that just sort of runs the length of the ship. Okay. I noticed the door said owner, but it's the captain's quarters. We've got a little monitor right there. It's got a fucking window. Freaking high rollover here got 2 windows. God damn. Another storage unit. I haven't seen a bathroom anywhere on here though. That's a little weird. Got a couch, got a bed. That's got a little reading lamp. Very fancy. Oh, there's the toilet. See, Captain's got a private toilet. And yeah, the actual command module is right here. Now on top here we've got pilot and co-pilot, so the co-pilot can operate a remote turret that's sort of sitting on top. And again, we've got that exposed engine block. And then down here we've got some engineering compartments. Got a couple of bunk beds, a little heating arrangement. And then there's a tractor beam underneath the nose of this, so you can operate that from here. And then it has its own way on and off the ship, the ladder. So yeah, this thing can separate from the Ironclad and act as an independent ship if need be. But, you know, there's not a lot of reason to. You know, they're sort of saying, like, it can serve as a lifeboat, but, you know, there's kind of the obvious question of, if someone is trying to actively kill you and you separate in the command module, why would they not just turn on the command module and try and kill you? But I feel like that's kind of a risk in real life too. Like, if you leave on an escape vessel and a little life raft or whatever, why would someone not just shoot at the life raft? You know, if they're actively trying to kill you. You know, laws and whatnot aside. So yeah, the Ironclad is very cool. I am really looking forward to seeing these flying around. I really hope we start to get some, like, gameplay, you know, levels and whatnot that utilize the Ironclad as the game space. So that's probably going to be a while. Excuse me, fellas. You know what? I'm just gonna go out this way. So yeah, that's the start of the show. I've seen a bunch of them flying around. Obviously, people are really excited about the ship for good reason. People were really hyped when they initially announced it, and now that it is finally here, people are still really hyped. She's a beauty. They did some really good work with it. I've heard there's some, like, technical issues and whatnot, but it still looks like a really good ship. Technical issues in Star Citizen? Say it ain't so. And of course some tea real quick. Alright. So where? What else is there? There should be a map somewhere. What else do we have to look at? So we just looked at the Ironclad. Oh, the Tiburon is here. I definitely want to go check that out. Is the the Hammerhead is not. That's a little interesting. So the Hammerhead is not a new ship. It's actually an old ship, like quite an old ship. In terms of like how long it's been in the game, but it just got its gold standard pass. So it's been like brought up to modern specifications in terms of like what it needs to be functional in the modern game. So I kind of thought they would show that off, but I guess not. But yeah, let's just start in the Southwest Hall, and then we'll go sort of swing around the other ones. We're sort of getting like the biggest stuff out first, but it's fine. Yeah, that's the Hammerhead. It's sort of an anti-fighter platform. It's got a bunch of anti-fighter turrets. It's got a t-shirt and not much else, and you know what? I respect that. So what we got? We've got the Eclipse. So the Eclipse is a stealth bomber. I feel like it kind of demonstrates that through appearance alone pretty well. We've got the Aurora Mark II. So I flew in on an Aurora. This is the ship that they released recently to replace it, right? I was showing you guys the trailer. It's pretty. I actually really like this ship. I was almost tempted to replace my Mark I with a Mark II, but nah. It's really nice though. I might get one just cause why not? The paint job that they're showing off here is not the default. It's unfortunately one that you have to buy with money, but it is based off of Star Fox. So it's got, you know, the white with the blue and yellow accents. We've got Ares, which is basically, what if we took a capital ship gun and just built a starfighter around it? So it is built to punch way above its weight class, but then it just kind of gets, it doesn't have a lot of capability against ships of its own size. And then we have the Tiburon. So the Tiburon is based off of the frame of the Hammerhead, but then they put this large, sort of curved superstructure, or I guess space frame around it, and they put a giant freaking laser that like runs the length of the entire ship. So it is built just to beam large ships, and you see it's got some heavy duty cannons to provide additional firepower. So where the Hammerhead is designed to punch down and screen fighters, this is designed to punch at an equal or greater level. So I feel like the Tiburon and the Hammerhead actually kind of complement each other pretty well, right? You would want to have Tiburons either supported with fighters or supported with Hammerheads. I imagine the inside of both is probably pretty similar. You know, they got that sort of crash padding. Very sort of rounded hallways. So this is Aegis, I believe, is the manufacturer. Hallway out, so there's some escape pods along these long arms. And then this leads out to a remote turret, it looks like. Yes. So yeah, where the hammerhead is all man turrets, like you actually go out into the pod and there's canopies. This is just, you know, hit the thing and then enter the view. And you have a near full rotation of the gun. I guess it does rotate all the way up, so you get a pretty good range of view. A little airlock on the side there. I cannot shoot the gun in the expo hall, so you can't see how hard it punches, but it do punch. Crew corners here, got a bunch of bunk beds. Run to the back of the ship. Is this door locked? Might be. Huh. That's interesting. I wonder if someone's playing a prank. Maybe someone got into engineering and locked the doors. We got the turn on the other side. What is this? This is Captain's quarters. This Captain gets his own little space. He's got a head, bed, desk area. I think it's fair to say, especially these larger ships, there is a fair amount of just like, what is the expected sort of fantasy of flying a ship like this, right? You know, it's large enough that you would expect to have a level of like, okay, this is, you know, where the captain gets to be the captain and the crew gets to be the crew and the engineers are going to be, you know, towards the back of the ship doing stuff there. You see people playing around with the turrets here on the nose. So on the original Hammerhead, this is where the airlock was. It was on the nose, and so you would like bring the nose up and dock that way. So they've turned it into an armory here. You can see they've got more weapon racks and suit lockers with various sizes. There might be some storage units somewhere here. But because of, you know, the big laser structure, they're not able to do that on this one, so it's been reconfigured. I think sort of a clever thing as well is the, you know, the layout of the hammerhead of both of them is symmetrical. So, like, if the ship gets boarded, and, you know, the boarders are moving down the port side of the ship, the starboard is still open to navigate through. So there's not really any single point on the ship that's an absolute bottleneck. Let's see if I can... So we've got someone in... Oh, no, we don't. Can I get in there? Oh, wait. There was. Hello? There you go. Hey, Knight. It's going okay. It's been a pretty chill day, all things considered. I'm just checking out the new toys. How are you doing? So yeah, I wanted to get into here so we could see the whole beastie. Damn, she really does look like a shark. Oh, they did the frickin' paint job with the white underbelly. That's clever. And then it's got the little dorsal fin as well. Man, they really like leaned into the shark aesthetic for this one. In like really clever ways. It's got those retro thrusters making the eyes. That's smart. I actually appreciate this ship more than I thought I would. Time family, good food, got married. Yeah, just a little marriage, nothing big. Congratulations, Knight. That sounds like a wonderful time. I'm happy for you. Got a butt turret. A little butt turret on your wedding carriage.
Remember, Defensecon is a stim-free event, so don't get caught.
If I take my ring off, my leg throws stuff at me. Free agility checks. Yeah, there's the big laser, right? You can see it on the front, but then the whole system like runs up and down like 2/3 the length and ends at that dorsal fin. I guess it kind of goes back behind that. It's got a bunch of guns, a bunch of heavy guns, but the only like defensive turret is on the back there to sort of guard its rear. So yeah, definitely needs support ships. But this is really cool, and actually seeing it like in the round, I like it even more. Good shit.
You're watching this video sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking
My posture's actually pretty good. I've been sitting a little gingerly today.
fix your spot.
I'm just trying not to tie myself in a knot. Also, nice little thing. If for whatever reason the elevator breaks, be it, you know, deliberate game design or the game breaking, there's a ladder. Looks like it's made out of resistors. There's another way out of the bridge if that fails. I don't know why all the klaxons are going. I wish they wouldn't. I feel like that's just a weird, like, halfway state with the game, that they have, you know, emergency conditions, but they don't have the proper stuff to, like, turn it on and off yet. What is this? This is also locked. Who the fuck locked all the doors? Yeah, see it looks like this is an engineering bay. I'm seeing more components up here. Yeah, component access. Oh, and there's a kitchen. That's just fucking fancy. Unfortunately, the door is locked. I don't know if it's locked because it's supposed to be, or if someone messed with it. I'm gonna wait for this guy. Yeah, fuck it. He'll find his way down. Oh, no, wait, here he comes. Come on. No! No! Oh, there he goes. Alright. Okay, so yeah, I guess. So that's not an entry point to the ship. That's engineering. Where's the airlock? be... Nope, see, that's locked still. Where is it? I don't know. Is it farther back in the ship? Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, show me the doors. And then let's disable everything else. Make it a little bit easier to read. Okay, so this guy. Yeah, see, someone fucked with the doors. Someone was being a little cheeky. We're just gonna go ahead and unlock that. And then... where's the upper door? There you are. Let's go ahead and unlock that. We'll unlock this one. Someone was being so cute. Someone was doing a little tee-hee and fucking with the doors. Okay, so now all of them should be good to go. And if not, we know where to find the other ones. Okay, let's go back and check engineering really quickly. Yeah, got a little cargo bay right here. On all of our various components. I feel like this should not be throwing off as much as it is, but yes, it's fine. Yeah, so this leads to that butt turret. Oh, that one's still locked. I thought I got that one. Right, and then we've got an upper deck for engineering, so the chief can look down on his domain or whatever. Oh! That was fine. Okay, so yeah, here's the kitchen area. Got a nice little dining table for the crew. Yes, the actual, like, storage. I was gonna say this is like the prep area, but I think it's just for holding. We got sort of a... this... bean? How can you tell that this game was made by British people? You got water, coffee, and bean. Dedicated bean dispenser. I'm gonna be dumb and just drop down like that. Last thing I want to see. Is the airlock in here? No. That's modules, that's modules. Where is the airlock? It seems like there should be one, but I have no idea where it's located. Huh. See if we can't find it once we exit the ship. Where's the... there you are. Getting thirsty. Yeah, so come out here. Oh, it's not an airlock. It's a thruster. Interesting. It has the same sort of shape as the airlock, so I guess I just kind of assumed. What is very interesting / annoying is the thrusters actually work. So if one of them gets damaged or destroyed, or the component that it is on gets ripped off, you lose maneuverability on that vector. The game, the ship just doesn't fly as well, which gets very interesting.
So connected all the time that we're almost disconnected, you know?
We've got a few different types of criminals. Of course, the big threat. Or no, that is another type of helmet. Know your foes. And shoot on sight. That's what heroes do. Where are we? Yeah, it should be in the right spot. We've got the Pisces, we've got the... what is it? MDC. Sort of a heavy vehicle. It's actually got like a pressurized interior, it's got a point defense cannon on the back. There's the Starlight. Little refueling guy, very cute. I was wrong, so it does actually have 2 tanks. If you go back here, you can see there's a little division section. Oh! So yeah, 2 separate tanks. So you can have one for hydrogen fuel and one for quantum fuel. But, you know, compared to the Starfarer that has, I believe, 6 tanks, your carrying capacity is much, much less. You have a little pilot cabin. Very cozy. Fire extinguisher for easy access, always know. Got some component access right there. And then looks like... oh, little hub area. So you got, again, beans, coffee, water. Very important. Little fridge, bed, toilet, sinks. Oh, the mirror works. It's a very weird mirror, but it does work. Not the most flattering. Yeah, I guess the elevator is just sort of the center floor. Where's the button for it? There you are. Yeah, not a lot of movement space in here, but very utilitarian vehicle. I can respect it. It's got a good look about it. I like it. So this is the... oh, which one is this? This is the STV. This one's a little bit more sporty than the one that they just put out, the UTV. That should be around here somewhere. We got the Pulse, which is just a very small, very, very straightforward hover bike. I think we looked at the Asgard at one point. Big vehicle transport. Very cool looking. Very hard. Got a lot of forward firepower too. Not very maneuverable, but if it can get its lines on a target, it puts a lot of firepower downrange. The MTC is the man-turret version of the MDC. Cyclone and the tanks back here. Oh. I would have thought the UTV would be somewhere. Maybe it's in the front hall. Maybe I missed it. They just released the UTV. I can't imagine they wouldn't show it off here. Check the map. Okay, no, Drake took the entire middle section for themselves, which, you know, fair, it's their show. But yeah, I guess the UTV just isn't here. Weird. Okay. Right, we got 2 more halls to check through pretty quickly.
Hey, what's up? Can you spend some time in the
And then we'll maybe grab a ship or 2 on the way out. Got the cutter. It's a little industrial utility van of spaceships. She may not look like much, but she's got it where it counts. Got some cargo space in the back, decent living quarters. Pretty strong thrusters. She'll get you where you need to go. It ain't gonna be in style, but she'll do it. Corsair. I honestly don't like the Corsair that much. I find it's both not a very fun ship to fly, and I just don't find it very visually appealing. I don't like the asymmetry of its wings. It's got 2 wings that open on one side, and they're open diagonally. And then the other side is one bigger wing. There's the Vandal hologram. So yeah, that's sort of the big bad marauding alien that's gonna show up. It's actually already shown up. Part of the big Tactical Strike Groups events is going up against Vandal ships. And then they're gonna be the main antagonists in the single player game. So we got the 2 Kruger Wolves over there. We got the Gray Market Shiv, which is basically someone just like grabbed a bunch of spare ship parts and slapped them together to make a functional ship. You can tell it's very very homegrown. Got a lot of charm, a lot of personality. It's got a bucket for a toilet. Lights off for a little privacy. So yeah, it is barely functioning, but it does function. For those that want something a little more off the radar, I suppose you might say. Yeah, over on Origin side, we have the new M80 Heavy Fighter. Oh, it's got a staircase. Of course the staircase is fucking carpeted. Fucking Origin can't help themselves. Okay, so it has... Oh, it's got a little bed in the back. That's interesting. Alright, where's the stair control? Turn the emergency lights off. Stop that. Lights on. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. Alright, so how do we close this? I don't want to get in the pilot seat yet. I would like... Oh, there you go. Close that. fancy. It's got a little bed in the back for long flights. Got component access. It doesn't have a lot in terms of amenities, which, you know, it's an Origin ship, so I guess they did what they could, but it's much more focused on the job. Oh, okay, okay. So that needs a little ironing out. It's pretty though. I wasn't too big of a fan when they initially showed it off, but it's not bad. It's not a bad looking creature. I could get used to this. It has a very predatory look about it. I like how unapologetically sharp the nose is. It feels like a spearhead. Alright, let's hope I don't get yeeted through the ship trying to leave it. Can I leave? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's got a bit of a Ferrari feel about it. Not leave.
Remember, Defensecon is a stim-free event, so don't get caught.
Ooh, pretty. Mood lighting. Well, this sucks. Can't use the eject, obviously. Oh, that's the landing gear, okay. Okay. We might need to abort. Yeah, this is not working. Okay. Let's try this. Okay, so I cannot backspace out and I cannot leave the chair. So we're gonna do a full reset. And hopefully... So I know what's... I was watching a Some of Space Tomato stream earlier, and unfortunately what he ran into is he like got in, I believe he called it a games rule ship. So basically a ship that's just like part of the game and not owned by a player. I think got into a similar situation that he got stuck in it, and then his character essentially got sort of locked in place for a while and he wasn't able to log back in. So hopefully that doesn't happen to us here. But we'll see. Worst case scenario, we just say, okay, that was a cool look, and then we'll go do some arc. Come on, game. Well, that's not a great indicator. Okay, it is thinking question mark. It appears to be thinking. It's just taking its sweet time. So yeah, unfortunately, like, the new ships are very cool. There it goes. The new ships are very cool. I really like them. I really want to try some of them out. Obviously there are, especially with it being a new patch, there are a lot of things that are sort of hard to know, like, or there's just stuff that isn't working very well, right? Which always is rough to sort of work around. And it's rough because a bunch of people are jumping into the game going, yippee, I want to try the game, and then the game goes, fuck you. I do wonder if a clipper will fit inside the ironclad. They keep showing off how the pit bull fits, right? You can use the ironclad as a pit or as a carrier for a bunch of pit bulls, but pit bulls are snub fighters. And of course, the Star Citizen community loves to play Will It Fit, right? See how many ships, how big of a ship could they jam inside of another ship. I am kind of curious, and I don't think I'll try and, like, load them in or anything, but I do kind of want to rent both and then see if I can land the clipper inside. The main thing is the clipper is so tall, I feel like it won't fit. Like, it would land, but you wouldn't be able to close the door. Okay. Yeah, my character might now be stuck in the same way that Tomatoes was. Oh? Was it thinking? I think it's thinking, but it might not know where to resolve my position. I suppose I just kind of got lucky that it worked as long as it did, or I was able to get in and out of as many chairs as I did. Alright, we'll give it a second. And if it... Oh! We're alive! I lived. Yeah, we gotta run our way back over, but our adventures aren't done quite yet. I say that and then it turns into a slideshow again. Do I still have my helmet? Yes, good. Go ahead and put that back on. It's morning in Area 18. I was watching a video today sort of talking about, like, the state of Las Vegas and, like, how it's sort of moving more and more to cater to the ultra rich, and it's become sort of pricing out normal people. I've never been to Vegas, but, you know, one of the parts of the video was showing how, I guess, yeah, it must have happened already, but they had a F1 racing event Like, they turned the Vegas Strip into a racetrack for F1. And, you know, the tickets to the event were extremely expensive, like ludicrously expensive. And not only that, like all of the sort of pedestrian observation areas, they blocked it off, right? So any just like regular shops that would have had a view of the track by virtue of being on the Vegas Strips, they like put tarps and stuff over so that you couldn't see it without buying a ticket to attend. It's just like, okay. But, you know, it's like, okay, but the race is like 3 days, right? It's like a 3-day event. So, you know, it takes up the strip, all the traffic has to divert. Big deal. But the event is 3 days, but the setup for it and the teardown afterwards took like a couple months. You know, not only like setting up the stands and the lighting and everything else, but also, you know, making sure that the road was in adequate condition to serve as a track. So the strip was closed to regular traffic for months. It's like, this is bullshit. I was just imagining like the amount of effort it would take to set up an event like this and, you know, ferry all the ships in. It must be a pain in the ass. Alright, so we've got one more wing to check out, and then we'll grab a couple of ships and be on our way. I don't think we're gonna do anything too... Kraken's gonna be so fucking cool. So you saw what the Ironclad looked like, right? The Kraken is like multiple times the size of the Ironclad. Like, this is going to be a capital ship, you know, with landing pads to facilitate fleet support. You know, it's got these big turrets mounted on the nose now. It's got command deck up there. This is gonna be a fun ship to see flying around the verse. It's gonna be sick. And same sort of thing, like, am I going to fly a Kraken? Probably never. If I'm participating in an org, am I gonna... War isn't a beauty contest. It's about getting shit done. You know, if I'm part of an org and they're running an event, they might use a Kraken for that. But a Kraken could also just be like a boss unit, right? They could have an event or a mission where a Kraken and its supporting fleet are sort of the final objective. Right, so I don't think there's anything new in this hall, but I just wanted to check it out really quickly. So we've got... That's just the Mantis in the back, interdictor. We've got the Super Hornet, sort of one of the standard Imperial fighters. I like the Mark II Hornet a lot more than the Mark I. I dig it. We got the Perseus, of course. We were looking at that at the Expo. You know, that was sort of the centerpiece then. We've got the Furies, another snub fighter, same sort of classification as the Pitbull. And its bigger brother, the Guardian MX. Bigger but younger. I had a Guardian MX. I liked it. It was a good ship. I lost it in the light, you know, because I bought it with credits, so it's gone now. But I'll probably try a few other ships, you know. While the game is in development, and, you know, eventually everything is going to get wiped anyway, right? eventually, they're going to roll into 1.0, and they want everyone to start at the same place. You know, people that have been playing the game for years, people that are just showing up for when the game finally, you know, hits the live full release. They don't want people, you know, being way, way, way ahead of the curve and making entry for new players very difficult. Not to mention, you know, like the wipe that they did right now, a big part of it was getting rid of, you know, money and resources that have been acquired through exploits and duplications and whatnot. So they wouldn't want any of that left over from the development period going into the live game. Alright, so today we can rent a shiv. We can rent Drake's ships. So I would like to rent. I'm gonna take a vulture. I want to rent a clipper. I'll save a cutlass for later. I would like to rent. Let's go ahead and rent an ironclad. Pick up the assault later. Who's that at the bottom? Okay, and then we have the Pitbull. So the Pitbull's very cute. The problem is it's a snub fighter, so it's not able to go very far by its own power. It doesn't have a quantum drive. And let's grab an ox. Actually, no. Let's just take these two, and I'll come back for more stuff later. The main thing, so you rent a ship and it's available for 48 hours. And I feel like they've said this before and it hasn't been true, but it said you can only rent a ship one time. So I don't want to grab everything now and sort of not have fallback ships for later. So I figured we would get out and try and do a couple of little jobs, just see if we can't start, you know, accumulating some money, accumulating some supplies, you know, sort of building our fortunes back up a little bit.
Hey.
I'm gonna get out and actually use these ships a little. So unfortunately, we can't use the ships themselves that much because a lot of the missions that take place in space are, you know, I have been calling them transient locations, right? So there's like an asteroid mining base or something that you have to go to find a guy and take him out. Sure. Just as an example. Or, you know, there might be a wreck that you need to go to and try and recover some cargo from it. So it, you know, spawns the requisite objects, the requisite locations to conduct that mission. God, that's a big fucking ship! Oh, you just see that floating over the city, you're like, uh-oh. And yeah, the markers to get you out to those locations, that system doesn't seem to be working right now. But missions that are at static locations, right? Predetermined, pre-built areas that it's just sort of adopting to use, like it's spawning the mission correctly, but it's not able to direct you to them. So as long as you can direct yourself, it seems like the mission system is working okay. So we'll try that out. We'll see if it's gonna behave. If it does, pop. If it doesn't, we figure something else out. Or we just go draw. But I would like to play the game if that is an option. I feel that would be preferable. Yes. Also, I want to see if I can get... so this guy has a variant of it, but he's wearing the Artemex armor. I want to see if I can get some Artemex off of some scumbags. See if I can't break it down and... What do you mean command module? Well, because I have an ironclad. So it like has the command module as its own thing if I wanted to use that. Also, I did see it had parked my Aurora, so that's just available. I mean, we can try doing a bounty hunting mission, but I want to try doing something a little more guaranteed first and see if it'll play nice. So yeah, here's the Clipper. You can see why I don't think it would fit inside the Ironclad. Like, it's so tall. The Ironclad has a pretty spacious interior, but not that spacious. Not enough for the added, just like sort of arbitrary height that the Clipper brings to the table. I'm sure someone will try though. Alright, where is the... There you are. No, that's the lights. There you go. See, it's got a little storage space right here. This has been marketed as a generalist ship. Like, some of the ships are, you know, kind of middle of the road in all aspects, decently combat capable, decently cargo capable. This one is like a genuinely designed generalist ship. So it's got a little bit of cargo. It has a medical bed so you can respawn at your own ship. It's got a crafting table, though it doesn't work yet. So like, it is a one-stop shop that is capable of letting you do pretty much everything except for heavy industrial gameplay. It's got a little living quarter. Got engineering. It's like a playset, you know? It's like, you guys remember those like Micro Machine playsets? You just like open it up and it's got little staging areas to play with your minifigs and whatnot. It's like, it feels like that. Like it's just designed to give you a little bit of everything. Alright, so what are we doing? What's gonna play nice today? We're gonna do that. Menu is behaving better. Security contractor evaluation, hauling, hand mining investigation. Wreck site near Artcourt. And one of our clients brought target named their staff and operations based on the pattern established by previous attacks. We believe the next hostile targets will target this point on Lyria. Successfully contract. Alright. I'll probably do that. It doesn't pay as well as I would like, but if it works, it works. I think it is the mission type that I want, even though it doesn't pay as well as it should. Let's grab that. Power on. Check them engines. . doesn't have any VTOL capabilities. I am gonna wait until we're out of the bay, bring the landing gear up, because the wings go brrr. Yeah, baby! See, this is what I mean. Like, Drake ships are not really my ship. I don't love Drake ships for my personal flying. But there's just something so, like, visceral about them. I can't help but love them. Like, they're just so yes. Doing for weapon configurations. So we've got okay, and then Omniski. Actually, this is a good configuration. I like this. Perfect. So we're headed for Moon of Lyria. Just thankfully on this side of the horizon, so easy travel. And we're off. With a little bit of a hiccup, of course. Shit, more than a little. Poor thing almost crashed. Go ahead and stop you. Alright, you good now? There we go. I don't know if that's a Vulcan problem. I don't know if that's an engine problem. I hope they get that resolved soon, because it is definitely unpleasant. Also, they need to resolve this shit. The friggin' overlapping, constantly resetting the quantum calibration.
Quantum drive is now on.
So we are on the daytime side of the planet. Now here's the fun little bit, and here's a big thing about why I want to do this mission. So I do have a few guns back at home, that I've gotten through various events, but obviously because they're somewhat unique and collector items, I don't want to use them if I don't have to. I don't want to risk losing them. So I have a pistol, and that's it. I do not have a lot to actually go in and shoot anybody with. But the way these missions tend to work is they have a habit of a few of the scumbags being outside. Now what I'm seeing though is the objectives say enter the facility and prepare. So this might actually be a slightly different type of mission. I see another cutter, or another clipper. That's funny. I might be in trouble. Because what I was hoping is that there would be a few scumbags out here that I could blast with the ship guns. and then take their weapons before going inside to finish the job. And that doesn't seem to be something that will be an option.
Shield system offline. Landing complete.
So this could get a little hairy. Wait, what? Oh, did I not grab the gun at all? Chat, I'm in danger. This could get really interesting. I'm trying to think what I want to do. Why can't I turn the lights back on? Anyway. There should be a melee keybind, right? Button 1. Is there... I mean, it says 1 and 2. Well, this is going to be really fun, because I have effectively nothing to work with. So... maybe we can... I should have just bought a gun. This was not a good idea. I mean, I expected things to go a particular way, and it is not playing out how I thought it would. But we can do the best. We can try. Just gonna run around and see if there's anything I can make use of out here. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, I done did a goof. This is gonna get really awkward really quickly. Basically, my only hope at this point is that there is a gun lying around that I can make use of. Otherwise, we die. We die, like, instantly.
Understood.
Oh no, this is a player.
Report. We have a body site. Searching for suspect now. Got a body.
I think this is a player.
Find them now.
Yep. I can take those, and I will. I need an actual gun that I can use. Shit, I'm out of time. Need a gun, I need a gun, I need a gun, I need a gun.
Let's go, let's go.
Shit. What if we didn't go? Is that an option?
Gotta go check it out.
Yeah, ammo.
Seriously, come on out. I'll make it quick.
See, this is another player.
Let's track him down quick.
Where'd the friendlies go? Yeah, this is not... Okay, there's one possibility here. Excuse me?
Let's just talk this through.
Ow!
Okay,
Ow.
let's do this.
Ow!
Oh, it's about to pop off.
That's off the door, that's off the door.
I'll cover you. Okay, let's do this. I'm pushing. Guys are screwed.
Okay, that didn't work. There were 0 guns to pick up. There was nothing to work with. So that's unfortunate. Not that in here, yes. This is gonna work, right? There we go. Okay, so how do we resolve that? I'm not sure we can really. Because if they followed me out, that would solve the problem, right? Essentially, I could bait them out here and then tear them up with the ship. But they're not going to follow me. I might just need to go pick up a gun. I might just need to go buy some money. I might just need to go buy a gun with some money. I screwed up. Like, if I at least had my... If I at least brought my pistol, then we could have made it work. But I was dumb, and I didn't even grab that.
Launch complete.
So that's on me. And I'll probably fail this mission now. Because I think once I leave the area, it's gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? But that's just what we're gonna have to do. So that's my fault. That's entirely my bad. Did it fail me already? Yep, I failed it. That's alright, we'll try again. Let's go pick up an actual gun this time.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Alright, where's the next marker? Hello? Area 4? I don't want to go to Area 4. I want to... Oh, maybe it thought I selected Area 4 instead of Bajini? That's possible. Yeah, that's what happened. think the small hangars are those guys right there. Actually, I could have just used a pad. I didn't need a hanger, but whatever. Nice, easy roll. Okay, now's a really bad time to start having performance issues.
Landing gear down.
Alright, and... Woo! I forget how tall it is. I think that was a bit of a skidding stop.
Engines offline. Machine system online.
But you know what? It's okay. Could you turn the lights back on? Please? No? Fine. I just can't see shit, I guess. Yeah, this is why I use the elevator a lot of the time. I just wanted to use the ramp. I don't know. It's a neat little ship. Wish I could show it off a bit better, but... I do want to check something really quickly as we get out of the elevator here. So, one of the missions that they added recently, one of the mission types, is this. So, there's a wreck site, or a ship that was essentially abandoned. It's in very bad shape. And you have to go to where it was abandoned and either, you know, just retrieve the cargo off of the ship or bring the ship back. Either one is acceptable. Unfortunately, one, I don't really have the equipment on hand to do that like I would want to. Because I was an idiot and didn't bring anything with me. But two, the, wait for more! Oh. He was going to the wrong place anyway. But two, what was I gonna say? That's the kind of one that has like a transient marker, and I don't know that if we went there, we would have... Or like if I accepted that mission, we would be able to find it anyway. It might just be completely broken. Where the heck is the gun shop? Clothing, ship weapons. You cannot tell me there's no weapon shop here. Please tell me. Please say psych. Oh my god, there might only be ship weapons. Unless the ship weapons also sell personals? Possibly. And try. It's not looking promising. Nope. Shit. I hate our court, man.
Luxurious accommodations, tall Empire-class shipyards, and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable.
Yeah, this is just gonna be components. Alright. Well, fuck. The other option then is to go all the way back down to the planet, go back down the well, and go to the store there. But between waiting to land and going all the way over, it's like, I would rather go do something else. Let's at least go over here. We can grab a tractor beam. Bad idea to get an extra bit of tool on hand. I don't think it's gonna have any actual guns that we can buy here. No, it's all. How come there's no weapon shop here? It seems very odd. Anyway, go ahead and give me that. One of these. And we'll just go ahead and grab another drink. Okay, well, let's try this. Let's see if this mission, I don't know, maybe they fix it somehow. The bounty hunter option. Let's try one that doesn't have... Alright, fine. We're gonna be boring. You guys okay with being boring for a minute? We're gonna go back down the well because we've got a cargo hauling thing that we can take out to one of the Lagrange stations. So it will let us go down. We can buy a weapon while we're down there. We'll grab the cargo and then we'll head up. Really weird that there's no gun store here. Most of the other stations have something. Yeah, we'll do that and then we can come back because I still have the mission to go defend the site. So once I have my gun and we have the cargo, we can go do that. Just collect my stuff real quick. There. I'm glad this thing had a medical bed because I nearly died. I nearly died back there, and I'm glad glad I was able to heal myself that quickly. The wonders of medical sci-fi magic.
Engines online.
Let's not scrape our boots this time.
Shield system offline.
So we just gotta make a quick hop into the upper atmosphere.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum
And
drive
we have
is
to
now
loop back around area 18. Come on, baby. Oh, that's nice. You can see the port from space now. It's very easy to calibrate too. Alright, and while you're making the trip there, I'm going to just over back this mission. Actually, I really don't need to do that.
quantum drive is now off.
Hopefully we can land quickly this time. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what ships I want to pick up this time around. This last time, you know, I got the Pisces. There we go, small hangar, nice and quick. Oh, we're coming in real steep though. Probably slow it down.
Shield system online.
Last time I got the Pisces and then I got the C1 and the Guardian. I was working my way saving up for Hermes. Obviously I have to restart that and I still want to get the Hermes. But
Warning.
I think
You are leaving a safe zone.
I think I'll try a different
You are leaving a safe
combat ship. I do really like the C1. It's not a perfect ship. I don't.
gear down.
I have a couple of gripes with it, but it's a very good all-rounder. Alright, let's not scrape the boot again. Actually, what I think I'll do is we'll wait till we get to the Lagrange station. Because that should have a weapon shop, and I'll just pick something up there. It'll be faster than heading over to the plaza here.
Engines offline.
I feel like they originally had the cargo ramp here. Like that was the original entry and exit point, and the more they sort of play tested the ship, the more they were like, we should have a fast way in and out, because some of this every time does get kind of old. I read it backwards. I read it backwards. The cargo is not here. I need to deliver the cargo to here. So we have to head out to L3 to pick it up. Fuck. I don't know why, I constantly read that backwards. I read, because the objective is listed first. So it's telling you where the cargo is going and then where to pick it up. And I'm like, oh, fine. So yeah. I fucked up. This is not my best day. This is not my best day in first, but you know what? It's okay.
Engines online. Launch complete.
Well, you can see an ironclad there. Oh boy, careful. I remember the first time I took a clip route, because they released it at IAE. So I rented one then. I took it out, and I was doing a little bit of dogfighting with it. And the guy that I was taking out, like, I took him down, but the wreckage of his ship, like, flew past me and clipped the long wing and tore it off and just sent me into a just nauseating flat spin. I was just like spinning like a top.
Quantum drive is now on.
Slowly trying to slow the rotation. Goodness. That was incredibly bright. So yeah, unfortunately, I fucked this up a little bit. So if you guys are familiar with Lagrange points, L1 is between the star and the lesser body. Or, you know, is between the greater body and the lesser body. L2 has both bodies on the same side. L3 and 4 are out way away. Where are we going? That? No, that's Hurston. That's Wicklows Emporium. Where are we going? That's Hurston again. There's Sayre. Oh, no, L3 is the one on the far side of the planet. Or on the far side. Yeah, we're going a long fucking way. It's okay. It's okay. So yeah, 3 is on the far side of the greater body. So both bodies are on the same side, but it is opposing L2. And then L4 and 5 are the ones that are at an angle. So yeah, so there's arc L4. And then that's arc L5. There's actually a lot of locations throughout the system, right? It's mostly just a matter of how much is there to do at each of them. I'm actually making decent time. So one of the big things that got mentioned sort of in passing in one of the interviews, and like you could tell they knew the hornet's nest they were kicking just by bringing it up. But, you know, elite players will be familiar with telepresence, right? You want to play multi-crew on your friend's ship, you form up in a group, and you can just essentially astral project yourself onto their ship, right? You show up as a hologram in one of the chairs, and you can perform some functions on their ship. And I believe if you leave on foot, you're just there, right? You're just magically there. And so one of the SC developers was saying, like, they're thinking about the possibility of how to make it easier for people to group up and arrive in the same place to do activities together, because right now it can be a very arduous process, right? Everyone has to sort of get their equipment and travel to the location and show up in the player's hangar, and then everyone gets on the ship and they can finally go to where they want to go. And it can take 20 minutes to an hour depending on the complexity and the distance that it takes to travel. And so they're considering the possibilities of ways that they could shorten that. And, you know, because they mentioned or used the phrase teleportation, the community has been going back and forth about it ever since it was brought up, right? The possibility, the feasibility, if it's a good idea, a bad idea. And it's just like, I understand that they need to discuss that internally. It's one of those things that, like, was definitely not something they were planning to mention, and then the conversation just kind of went there, and they were like, well, shit. I don't know. To me, the movement around the system, the movement around the space, and like knowing where you are, knowing the logistics of getting from point A to point B, and, you know, having to make that work is part of what is interesting. You know, with Elite, there are a lot of things to make travel not super difficult, right? Again, there is the telepresence. So, you know, when you just want a quick play with a friend, there is a way to just show up on their ship. And, you know, as long as you have a fuel scoop, it is very, very difficult to run out of fuel entirely. But, you know, there are still risks associated with that. You still have to...
Quantum fuel is at 75%.
Okay, we're doing great on fuel. You still have to be careful, you know, to refill your fuel tanks using a scoop. You need to surf the outer shell of a star, a main sequence star, which, as you can imagine, has risks associated with it. And the more jumps that you do, the more fuel that you burn, the farther out that you're going, the less likely it is that someone will be there to help you if you fuck up and damage your ship. So you need to be careful. You can't be careless or you're done. But it's still possible, right? But I feel like stuff like Distant Worlds and whatnot would be far less interesting if there are ways that you could just sort of cheat the actual traversal across those long distances and just sort of magically appear where you want to go, right? And I don't think they're saying, yes, we're going to have actual teleportation that lets you just blip to where you want to wind up. But it is one of those things that I would personally want them to err on the side of it being more difficult, if that makes sense. I feel like that is one of those areas of friction that is interesting to sort of see how players overcome it.
Engines offline.
I didn't really get an answer, but I was asking one of the Discords. I don't know how EVE Online handles long distance traveling. And, you know, like how do they coordinate fleet movements when you have these big corpo battles with hundreds or thousands of players, you know, showing up and responding and sort of moving on a specific location tactically. You know, how do you sort of get it to be that everyone shows up where they need to when they need to? You know, there's like sequence jumping and such, I believe, but it's not, it doesn't really explain like, oh yeah, that's, you know, it doesn't explain how they coordinate the effort. Where's the elevator here? Up here. I'm so fucking lost. Nope. I should just check the map from the beginning. Are you serious? Is there just no map available here? Excuse? Oh, this might actually only have a single level. Oh, that's weird. I'm not sure I've ever actually been to this station before. Which is also unfortunate because I was hoping to pick up a fucking gun here, and I can't. Yeah, there's no map. There's nothing. There's a ship weapon distributor I saw, and a clothing distributor, so this is just the same situation as Bajini. Well, fuck me, I guess. Huh.
Pretty wild.
I went down there. Alright, well... Alright, fine. We're just gonna get our cargo and go. See, I'm trying to be efficient, I'm trying to be clever, and the game's just like, don't do that. Don't be clever. Take on my face, I guess. Careful. Careful. There's not a lot of spare room here, is there? Oh no. Right, okay. Oh, game, do not do this to me. I'm begging you. I think it's like their intention that the Clipper has a very limited cargo capacity and only really wants to move 2 SCU boxes. What? My mama didn't raise no quitter. Uh-oh. Shit, just rented a fucking cutter. Okay, you know what? Just leave it right there. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. So this one will fit no problemo. We'll just go right up over it. I'm just gonna put this right where it's supposed to go. Yes? Good. And then that one's gonna be real bitchy about it, but that's okay. We're just gonna close the ramp on it. Please close the ramp. Please close the ramp. It did not like that. But that's okay. As long as it doesn't shit it out the bottom, we're okay. I'm gonna go check on it before we leave. Because it might shit it out the bottom. This is a good game. Oh no. Yeah, that shit ain't moving. That's not going anywhere. So we're just gonna hope that it stays that way. Until we can actually get it where it needs to go. It should be fine. It should be fine. Just keep an eye on it.
Engines online.
Oh, wait. Shit. Ah! The wings. Okay. You're... Let's just do this. There we go. I'm good at this. I'm good at the video game. There we go. I don't think I'm gonna get a pilot's license anytime soon. Between you and me, chat. Seems like that's not really in the cards.
Quantum drive is now on.
So I think what I want to do after we drop this off is I'm actually going to take my ships back to Microtech. This is where I set up my home base. It's where we left. It was the snow planet. Right, no, I haven't seen it drop out yet, so I think we're okay. I feel like I'm just gonna have an easier time doing the missions on Microtech. One, I have better access to my stuff, and two, I don't know, this whole, like, prep and defend site, I haven't seen it do this one before. Normally, the dudes are already there when I show up. I don't know if that's just a weird peculiarity of me not having any reputation with hardcore security forces or what, but I don't like it. I will give the game credit, and I'm gonna knock on wood, but aside from getting stuck in the M80's chair, we've not had any actual problems with the game tonight. Right? Had some performance issues. Definitely a lot of frame walks. We've had trouble completing missions because I went to a firefight without a gun and I went to do cargo hauling without a hold big enough. So we have been struggling, but those are not problems of the game not being able to run properly. It is problems of me not preparing properly. I really hope I can get the box out of the ship when all is said and done. I'd be very upset if that becomes an issue. I wonder if there's a workaround. I don't think there's a workaround. I think if it's stuck, it's stuck. Which would be unfortunate. We'll see. We shall see. Alright, I think we're over halfway now. About halfway, yeah. So, I don't know. I think it's getting better. I think the game is improving. There is still a long way to go. There's a lot of stuff that is missing. And the big outcry from the community at this point is social features. Right? We are getting more and more stuff that is incentivizing players to play together. Right? Larger ships that require multi-crew, activities that require multiple ships to coordinate and players to coordinate. And through it all, we're doing all of it through Discord and third-party sites because we're just not, we don't have anything to work with to actually set those things up in-game. So, hopefully, we see something about that soon. But, probably still going to be a little while. See, what I wanted to try and do was bring up the Ironclad and try and park this in the Ironclad's cargo bay and see if it would fit. The main problem with trying to do that is that the ironclad requires a large hangar, and I can't request a large hangar, move the ironclad somewhere, bring up the clipper, and move the... I feel like I would need to do it in space. I would need to have somewhere that I could just park the ironclad while I get the clipper, and then be able to access it easily. So I think we're just gonna take the clipper back to Microtech, and then we'll play with the ironclad later. Or maybe we just leave the clipper here and take the ironclad back. That could be fun. Just see a bigger ship. It probably has a faster quantum drive too. So yeah, jumping is always a good time to go take a potty break, grab a drink, stretch. As you guys can see, it can take a minute. Space is very big. I was watching a video yesterday talking about these weird bodies, weird objects that have been showing up repeatedly on the James Webb Space Telescope's surveys. And they're struggling to understand what it is that they're actually seeing. Essentially the radiation, you know, the sort of spectral readings that they're emitting are very bizarre. They seem to be very old, like within hundreds of millions of years after the start of the universe. And that also kind of says that there aren't younger iterations of them showing up anywhere. Like they seem to all be very, very old. And just all the properties are like, okay, well, this kind of explains it, but not really, and this kind of explains it, but not really. And what the video sort of landed on is like, this seems to be the most accurate thing that covers the most properties, is what they called a black hole star, which is essentially like a cloud of gas, I guess, that has gotten sort of come to surround a black hole and act like an outer, almost stellar shell. And it's getting superheated by the energy of the black hole. And it is feeding the black hole at a rapid rate, until eventually the sort of output of the black hole and the energy of the cloud become unstable, and the whole sort of dance rips itself apart. But for a while, you just have this like incredibly bright, incredibly high energy structure with this like sort of two-stage setup, and it's, I don't know, like, what the hell is space doing? Space is wild, you know? That sounded like a rough landing. I wonder if the cargo box is not happy. Let's go get it. Wait, elevator's right here. Alright, what are we working with? Game. Alright, it's still here. Now, how do we get it out? That's the real question. I kind of wedged it in there, like, really badly. Ramming speed! I don't think this is gonna work. Ah. Come on. Just need you to rotate. I just... Oh, shit. And of course, until we move the 4 SCU, can't get the 2 SCU out. I think I'm just making it worse. I think I'm just making it worse. I think I'm just wedging it into the nose of the ship now. Guys, I think I've tweaked it. Like, it's wiggling, but I don't think there's enough room to actually wiggle it out of where it is stuck, is the problem. And now this one is just wound up on its end somehow. That's cool. Like, if I could wedge this up above it, I feel like it might. Work? Come on. Come on. Okay, I don't know what knocked me over there, but it's fine. It's fine. I deserve that, frankly. DBH. Come on, come on. Wedge it up in there. You can do it. This has not been the most successful night for me, if I'm being really honest. Yeah, see, it's like it's got just enough room to wiggle around, but it doesn't have enough room to actually move. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try something really dumb. Put that away. There's no way I landed the ship perfectly in the middle of the pad.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our
Where are we gonna put the ship away? I'm wondering if I'll be able to retrieve the cargo this way. Alright, that's done. See, now I'm curious where it put the box. I don't know that it actually, like, put the box anywhere. It might be extremely confused about what I have done with the box.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered
So to be honest, I would also be kind of impressed if it actually did put it right in the ship where I left it. That would be kind of an improvement over the old system. Yeah, so see, it hasn't put it into the local inventory. If we go back out here, open the ramp, it's still right where we left it. So yeah, on one hand, kind of impressed that the object permanence is that robust. On the other hand, I can't move this. It's not going fucking anywhere. That's unfortunate. Well, fellas, I think it's gonna be it for this endeavor. Can I do a partial turn-in? This says I have 2 out of 6. Submit. Alright, so I got a little bit of payout. That's kind of cool. So if you can't finish the job, if you can only get part of the shipment delivered, you still get credit for what you are able to complete. Well, I did. I did get partial credit. And technically, if they want the rest, they can come pry it out of this cargo bay. Get the frickin' jaws of life. Alright, let's ride home in style. And then maybe we can try and do a quick mission and wrap it up for the night. I know it hasn't been the most action-packed. Was hoping to do something a little bit more exciting, but it's kind of just how things turned out. Wait, what? That's not right.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
That's how it goes, I guess.
The ironclad place. There we go. Large hangars. Like, you are not fitting an ironclad in a small hangar. Do not even pretend. Goodness. It's a bit bigger. It's a bit bigger of a ship. Oh, look at the boots on this baby. Yeah, regular ironclad, the one we were looking at in the hall, is the assault. Right? That is the combat variant. It has more guns. This one is not nearly as good at offense or defense. It does have a slightly bigger cargo bay, though they might have changed that compared to the original plans. It does have one other neat little feature. Oh, there's an elevator. I didn't see if the assault had an elevator. But I think this one does for a specific reason. Well, it is kind of weird that there's an elevator, but then just the regular door. We go down to the front. And here, instead of an armory, there is a secure storage area. There's a number of like storage bays with additional locks. So if there's like particularly high quality assets that you don't want the regular riffraff getting in while they're, you know, loading and unloading your stuff, you can store it up here for additional security. Which again, like that could be a really interesting thing of, you know, someone wants you to board an ironclad and steal something, but it's not in the just in the storage bay. You have to find your way in here and open one of these pins. Yeah, see, I don't think that if the Clipper's wings weren't so tall when landed, I think it might barely fit, but I think the wings would not. Aurora? Easily. A lot of ships, frankly, a lot of smaller ships and fighters would fit in here very easily. Oh yeah, and you see, instead of a security turret, this is now a tractor beam for easier loading and unloading. Operations, wait, operations is down here. Oh no, staircase. I'm curious if operations... Okay, so yeah, only 2 seats up here now. You can see same sort of deal. One thing that I didn't stop, it does look a little SpaceX-like, doesn't it? Okay, so yeah, that's the ladder down. Where's the way? Oh. Maybe you can't access it from here. Back here. There's 2 bathrooms in the back there. And then this is... Oh! Oh! They're little crew cabins. That's cozy. Got a little couch with a TV. Man modules over there. Alright, I want to check one more thing, because I was watching some people play, and I saw them doing a thing. I saw them walking around on the upper deck, and I want to see if I can figure out where that's located. Yeah, here we go. Okay, open storage. I think that's suit locker. Oh wait. Oh. Yeah, see there's a whole like walkway set up here. Missile pods over here. Open like on a submarine. Yeah, you can kind of just walk the length of the ship. Very cool EVA gameplay. Little observation deck up here. Actually, is this open? No, I think there's glass. I did see one guy was Detox, was just sort of messing around with the missile turrets and fell in. Even though they were in space, the bottom of the missile turret is close enough to the interior space that the gravity kicked in, and he was stuck at the bottom of the tube. So that was awkward. Yes, this is a very big ship. It is not the largest ship in game, but it is on the larger side for sure. So it seems like there's only one roof access? I don't see one on this side. Maybe because of all the command module stuff and whatnot. So yeah, there's the operations deck. My camera keeps tweaking for some reason. Alright, and then easy enough to get back in, thankfully. So yeah, let's head over to the command module and we'll get this bucket in the air and head home. I'll have to see about reclaiming my ships when we get back. I know they changed some stuff in this patch about the costs of recalling and whatnot, and hopefully it's not going to be too bad. If it is, I'll just come back to ArcCorp later and figure it out. Right. Alright, let's go ahead and plot our route. Maybe. There you go. Oh, weird. So the exterior camera is still focused on the command module, and not on the larger structure of the ironclad. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for those doors to completely open up because, damn. Alright. Rise! Oh, she's fat! This is why they call her the fatter pillar. Alright. Take her up. Is that seriously her max speed? Alright, so she is not moving quickly. Suppose that's fair. He's got a lot to move. God, it's cool though. I'm so glad this is in the game. I can't wait for it to start to show up as like actual gameplay elements, you know? That's gonna be so sick. Okay, I think the quantum navigation is freaked out a little bit. Okay. We got that locked in. Oh yeah, this is definitely an interesting one to figure out because you can kind of see like where the majority of the ironclad's bulk is in the bottom right. So it's not like most ships where you're effectively in the middle. You are clearly off to one side and need to be very careful. Like you don't do something stupid. You can also see in the top left my like actual velocity indicator. Like it takes a while to get her around to where you want her to point. Okay, game, you keep getting confused. I need you to stop doing that. Okay, so Mike L5, Mark L4, there it is. I will do it myself. Alright. Everyone say goodbye to Art Court. Wait, did we stop? We did stop. Oh, because I exited nav mode. Because I'm stupid. There you go. Like, why are we slowing down? Yeah, this is a fun ship. This is a cool one. I like it. I like how industrial it feels too. It feels like a refinery or a warehouse. It feels like a real just hauler, you know? There are a bunch of other haulers in the game, but this one really sort of leans into that like hard industry aesthetic. And I dig it a lot. Drake and Argo are both very much that just like clanging steel aesthetic. I do wish the camera positioned itself correctly, but it's fine. Not a huge thing. Yeah, this is why these ships take months to develop. Because they're so fucking fat. Reminds me a bit of the ships in the expansion. Yeah, a little bit of that. A little bit of that for sure. Speaking of which, the Osiris Reborn, that game they're working on, seems to be developing quite well. I'm not super impressed by the, how you say, the sort of Mass Effect style gameplay. It's not bad, but it feels, I guess, kind of like a lot of BioWare games. It feels serviceable, right? If you have a good story with good storytelling mechanics, then the sort of combat gameplay, the action gameplay, really just sort of needs to be a serviceable vehicle. But ideally, you know, you would do something a little more than serviceable. But I don't know. I think like they're definitely getting the feel of the universe and the feel of the storytelling down very well. So, like, if that's really good, then the gameplay itself can be a little wishy-washy, or at least a little bit weaker, and I think that won't really detract from it. So, hopefully, we'll get that soonish. I really like The Expanse. I have not started the next book just because I've had another book that I've been slowly working my way through. But I definitely want to get back to the series soon. I quite like it. I'm still in the part of the series that has been covered by the show, so nothing really new. But it is cool to see how the two sort of handle things, you know, differently. I feel like the last one I read was book 4. Book 4 and season 4 cover like the exact same range of story. I don't think there was much different between the two. As far as I remember the show anyway, they were almost 1-to-1. Maybe might have done a little bit of additional scene work that the show likes to do just because, you know, they've got these really good actors and they might as well keep using them. But like the actual storytelling and sequence of events was like very comparable. Alright, home sweet home. Once it finishes loading in. Alright, and where? Oh, she's got a fat ass. Where is New Babbage? Looking for it. Looking for it. There you are. Oh, she's so fat. I don't know. I like when the big ships actually have like a level of heft and maneuverability befitting their volume, right? Like a lot of the ships in Elite, in my opinion, move way too deftly for their size. And the ships in the Expanse will sometimes, at least in the show, will sometimes move. Like they will at least rotate faster than it perhaps feels like they should. But I feel like when they do that, it feels like something really insane. It feels like something that they shouldn't be doing, but they are anyway because they're insane. In on approach, and I feel like I need to be careful as I make this landing. I need to. Holy shit, it does have VTOL thrusters. At least a little bit in the front. That's sick. I love it. I love it. No, it's 10 out of 10. I saw the VTOL over on the left markers and I was like, this thing doesn't have the configuration for that. Yes, it does. Okay, so my hangar is over here. Honey, I'm gonna need you to let me like take this at my own pace, cause this is a big one. Just gonna bring the camera up like that. Just gonna bring this in nice and slow. I say nice and slow. This is still like 100 meters a second. She's a big beastie. Alright, landing gear down. Is this gonna fit? Here. A little bit more. You're good. You're good. You're good. Good. Oh! 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 Alright. And bring her down. A little bit more. A little bit more. Ah! Oh, this sounds good!
We have gone ahead and cancelled the space assigned to you.
Oh, fuck
Thanks.
off!
Great. Your vehicle should be all set.
Nailed it!
See, this is why I said I needed to let her just let me do this at my pace. Whew! That was fun! Now I gotta remember how to get out of here. Go down here. Go down here. Now we're down on bottom deck. Oh wait, we're not on the bottom deck. We are on gantry. We've got one more deck to go. A big freaking ship. There we go. Whew. Okay. Not so bad. This is such a cool ship. Man, I feel terrible for the devs having to crunch so hard to get this out, but I hope they are proud of their work. This is phenomenal. What a beast. Alright, so yeah, unfortunately, we had a lot of little misadventures. Let me check something really quickly. So if I want to recall my ships. Okay, so this is what they have changed. Before, you just recalled your ship. It does look like a ton of work getting that together. It absolutely is. So, you know, during the progress reports, they'll talk about how the ship progresses through, you know, from concept into white box, which is just them sort of filling out the volumes, making sure that the exterior volumes and the interior spaces are all making sense and are navigable and that it works, right? You don't necessarily have even like the stairways modeled out. It's just a ramp, right? But it's just like, okay, everything looks good, traversal is good, okay. And then it progresses into gray box, which is like you start to add the fine details, the shapes of things, you get it into a more refined state and make sure that everything is holding there. And once it clears gray box, then you start to get it to this level, right? You start adding all the fine details, all of the sort of manufacture details and the paintwork and materials and all that. Yeah, it's I think they originally announced this 2023 or 24. Let me check. The Ironclad was originally announced, originally concepted May of 2024. So 2 years ago. It was announced at Invictus launch week 2 years prior and made it into the game 2 years later. And, you know, it's not like they were working on it exclusively during that time. They had other ships that they were developing. But it has taken them, you know, that long to get all of this in. And so you can imagine, you know, we were looking at the Odin earlier, how long that sucker is going to take. You know, the largest ship that can be bought with real money. The only two ships that are planned to be larger are the Bengal and the Vandal King ship, and I guess technically the carrier. So 2 Vandal ships and 1 human ship. And then if the Retribution ever actually makes it into the game and is more than just a concept, then the Retribution would also be up there. So potentially 4. So that thing is going to take a long time to actually make it to flyable. But it'll be a hell of a thing once it is. So, I don't know. Like I've been saying, I'm really excited not to have this as a ship that I'm going to fly around and use for activities, but as a potential play set for gameplay, right? Either stuff that we do with other players or, you know, getting implemented in missions or used as set dressings at landing sites and whatnot. I think it will be a really cool opportunity to just do stuff. There's so much room in it for activities. So yeah, hopefully it was a cool showcase. We didn't get to do nearly as much as I had hoped to. You know, I wanted to actually run a couple of missions with you guys, but it didn't work out. Now, I'm sorry about that, but I hope you still had fun. And thank you for hanging out today. It's been a weird sort of week. It's been a stressful sort of week, but getting to spend time with all of you has definitely helped that out. Definitely made me feel better. Well, I'm glad I could show it off, and it was, you know, I'm definitely going to be going back to the expo floor. You know, like I said, there are a few other ships that I wanted to rent and check out. I just didn't want to, you know, grab all of them at the same time because there's not really a reason to. So yeah, and there is a free fly going on during this whole thing, so it'll run for 2 weeks or so. So if you guys feel like jumping in and checking out the game, there is an opportunity. I do wish you luck. It is, in terms of hardware, a pretty demanding game. as you've seen. So I definitely recommend, messing with the settings and everything to get it all. And remember that you will have to be patient. But I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. And we're gonna find someone to raid. Alrighty. YouTube.